I'd like to use the over.
I'd like to ask the interpreter currently on the Spanish channel to commence translation of the meeting. For those just joining the meeting, live translation in Spanish is available, and members of the public or staff wishing to listen in Spanish can join the Spanish channel by clicking on the interpretation icon in Zoom toolbar. It looks like a globe. Once you join the Spanish channel, we recommend you shut off the main audio so you only hear the Spanish translation. Interpreter, will you please restate this in Spanish?
Bienvenidos para los que recién se unen a esta reunión. Interpretación en vivo estará disponible y los miembros del público o personales quienes deseen escuchar en español podrán hacerlo. Para unirse al canal de español, hagan clic en el icono de interpretación que ahora aparece como un globo terráqueo sobre la barra de herramientas o de funciones de Zoom. Una vez se una usted al canal, se recomienda también que apague el audio primario para que solo escuche la interpretación al español.
All right, welcome everyone to our April 25th, 2003 Santa Rosa City Council meeting. It is now 2:31 and we will be starting our meeting. I would like to welcome our Madam City Manager, Madam City Attorney, and our Madam Deputy Clerk that will be filling in today. Thank you for that. And all of my council members, thank you very much. Seeing a quorum, Madam City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Stapp.
Here.
Councilmember Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Okrepke.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez. Vice Mayor McDonald.
Here.
Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Let the record reflect all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Alvarez.
We will begin our meeting today with two closed session items, 2.1, conference with labor negotiators, and 2.2, public employee appointment. Madam City Clerk, may you please conduct public comment?
We are now taking public comment on item 2. If you are in the chamber and would like to comment but have not provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand or dial *9. You will have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. What you see here is a copy of your agenda, which I picked up yesterday. And if you'll notice in item 2, it does not put in there what you're speaking about in the closed session. As you know, it's important that that be told before the meeting. As a matter of fact, the city of Santa Rosa in the past had done a settlement with a community organization to make sure that items would be put on the agenda in a timely manner, even more so than the Brown Act requires. The agenda that you have is called an annotated agenda. This is not the one that the public gets, so the public has not been informed about what you're going to talk about in a timely manner. As you know, because these issues come up in the past, there's also been an effort to have an open government task force so that the public will be better informed about what you're going to be talking about. Labor negotiations are very important. I found this out that this was on the agenda by asking the staff today as I came in again. Labor negotiations need to make sure that you keep in perspective the need of our city to have even more employees at the bottom handling the main issues of parks, the main issues of roads, pavement repair, things of that nature, not just up at the top. The way I saw the annotated agenda for just a moment, it said there was labor negotiations and there was also 2.2, the city attorney's performance. I want to point out, I believe the city attorney does a good job for you, the city, and what she's working on. At the same time, because there are so many restrictions on how you folks share information with the public, it's difficult for us to participate in a timely manner. You shouldn't see that as a bother to you. You should see the public participating as one of the mainstays of how we have a government different than many other nations. This is really important, especially if you remember this country fought its way out from the autocratic dictatorial monarchy of Britain to become an independent nation. Now we challenge other autocratic dictatorial nations throughout the world, trying to make sure they'll look into the democratic approach. Currently, there are major wars going on with autocratic dictatorial nations, one of which is Russia challenging Ukraine, where our sister city Cherkasy is. So please look at this like, yes, you want to make it open. You want to have these negotiations be at least known about by the public, because it's the taxpayers that pay the salaries, not you independent people. I thank you for this time today. I just wanted to make sure that you'll know that this should be something you can rectify before any other closed session in the future, and it's not something I'm sure that the city manager did intentionally. It's something that has to be done, though. According to our previous settlements, inform the public in an early, timely manner. Thank you kindly.
Excuse me. No additional speakers in chambers. We have no hands raised on Zoom and no pre-recorded messages for this item.
So seeing no additional public comment, we will now recess into closed session. All right, welcome back, everyone. We will now reconvene our meeting. Seeing a quorum, Madam Deputy City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Stapp.
Here.
Councilmember Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Okrepke.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Present.
Vice Mayor McDonald.
Here.
Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Let the record reflect all council members are present.
We have no study sessions for today, so we're going to go to item 5, which is report out on closed session items.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council did not meet in closed session due to a noticing error, so it will be rescheduled for another time. Thank you.
Moving on to item 6, our proclamations for this afternoon. Our first proclamation will be read by Councilmember Stapp.
My pleasure. Thank you, Mayor. Whereas water is essential for every living creature and is a precious and limited natural resource that must be stewarded wisely for future generations. And whereas, because water is a precious resource, wise use of water should be considered a way of life. And whereas Santa Rosa Water encourages citywide understanding and appreciation of the value of water efficiency, and whereas the Santa Rosa community has long demonstrated a commitment to using water wisely by minimizing water waste, installing over 56,000 water-efficient toilets, and nearly 15,000 high-efficiency clothes washers, and converting over 4 million square feet of lawn to low water use landscapes. And whereas, due to the community's commitment to water use efficiency, Santa Rosa's total water use had decreased by 14% since 1990, saving over 15,000 acre-feet of water and 28,000 metric tons of greenhouse gases. Whereas, the City of Santa Rosa is the owner and operator of the regional water reuse system, producing high-quality recycled water for many purposes, including irrigation of parks, commercial businesses, and residential common areas. And whereas for every drop of recycled water used, a drop of potable water is saved, now therefore be it resolved that I, Natalie Rogers, Mayor of the City of Santa Rosa, on behalf of the entire City Council, proclaim May 23rd as Water Awareness Month and encourage all citizens to do your part, be water smart.
Thank you, Councilmember Stapp. I would like to invite the representatives that will be receiving this proclamation to make a comment at this time. After comments are made from the representatives receiving the proclamation, Madam Deputy City Clerk, can you please facilitate public comment?
Thank you, Mayor Rogers and members of the council. I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Claire Nordley, the Water Use Efficiency Supervisor. And I just want to take a minute to highlight some of our Water Awareness Month activities. So first we have obviously this proclamation, and next we're going to have the presentation of the 5 Water Use Efficiency awardees. And then we also have the Eco-Friendly Garden Tour coming up. That'll take place on Saturday, May 13th. and features 5 Santa Rosa low water use gardens. So for the last 25 years, Santa Rosa has offered a suite of best management practices and rebates to encourage smart water use. Even though we're not in a drought emergency any longer, water use efficiency is still essential to all Santa Rosans. So thank you for this proclamation.
Okay, we are now taking public comment on item 6.1. If you are in the chamber and would like to comment but have not provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand or dial *9. You will have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. I'm seeing no one in chambers, no hands raised on Zoom, and we had no previous recorded messages for this item.
Thank you. I would like to invite those that are here to receive this proclamation down to take a picture with the council, and then we will go to our next proclamation. All right, we'll be moving on to 6.2, which is our presentation for Water Efficiency Awards. As part of the Water Awareness Month, we are recognizing those in our community that have gone above and beyond to save water. Before we present the awards, a short video will be played in honor of this year's recipients.
To Santa Rosa. Congratulations to Santa Rosa Water's 5 2023 Water Use Efficiency Award winners for their outstanding efforts to increase water efficiency in their homes, neighborhoods, and businesses. This year's winners are Meadow Green No. 2 Owners Association for transforming over 6,000 square feet of lawn into a beautiful low water use landscape and saving nearly 200,000 gallons of water each year. The Orchard for transforming over 10,000 square feet of lawn in common areas and encouraging residents to remove an additional 4,000 square feet and saving 315,000 gallons of water annually. Don and Beth Steffi for being exceptionally water efficient. The Steffis installed high-efficiency toilets, shower heads, and sink aerators and only run their water-efficient dishwasher and clothes washer when they are completely full. They also collect rainwater and use it to flush toilets in the winter and for irrigation in the summer. The Steffi's use is approximately 2,000 gallons a month less than the average two-person, single-family household in Santa Rosa. Janet Bosshard for using the WaterSmart portal to monitor her water use online. Janet uses 2,000 gallons of water less each month than the average single resident in Santa Rosa. One of the many ways she saves is collecting rainwater to irrigate her yard, most of which is native or low water use plants. Janet also finds creative ways to capture and reuse water inside her home before it ends up going down the drain. Karen Mayer for being one of the first single-family home residents to complete the Sustained Reduction Rebate Program. Karen used the rebate to upgrade her swamp cooler to a model that does not use water. This water-saving upgrade saves her almost 4,000 gallons a month. Thank you to our 2023 Water Use Efficiency Award winners for achieving exceptional water savings.
Thank you, thank you. I thought I was doing well, but I am so inspired by the winners that we have here today. So thank you very much for your contribution. This is awesome. I'm going to ask the recipients to come up one by one as Vice Mayor McDonald calls your name to accept your award, and please stay at the front after you accept your award so that we can all take a picture with the full council.
I feel like we need a drum roll. This way. Thanks, Eddie. The first recipient is Meadow Green, number 2 Owners Association. You come down here. Pardon me. The second recipient is Dawn and Beth. Is it Steffi? Thanks. And the third recipient is Janet Bouchard. And the fourth recipient is the Orchard. Okay. And our last person is not present, but we feel like we should announce Karen Mayer for her service to the community and water reduction.
So we will now proceed to item 6.3, which is our last proclamation of the afternoon, and it will be read by Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Whereas the principle of fair housing is not only state and national law and policy, but a fundamental human concept and entitlement for all citizens. And whereas discrimination based on race, national origin, gender, disability, familial status, exclusion of minor children, religion, marital status, and sexual orientation is illegal in California. And whereas, as a community, we welcome all good neighbors, recognizing the contributions and richness tendered by a wide variety of young and old, male and female, people of all colors and ethnic backgrounds, religious traditions, etc. And whereas interested parties from both the private and public sectors will participate in a city, state, and national effort to promote fair housing, now therefore be it resolved that Natalie Rogers, Mayor of the City of Santa Rosa, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim April 2023 as Fair Housing Month.
Thank you, Councilmember Rogers. I would like to invite the representatives that are receiving this proclamation to make a comment at the podium after comments are made from the representatives receiving the proclamation. Madam Deputy City Clerk, can you please facilitate public comment?
We are now taking public comment on item 6.3. If you are in the chamber and would like to comment but have not provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand or dial *9. You will have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm one of the founding members of the Sonoma County Housing Advocacy Group, which has been around for 27 years now. We came into existence because of the dearth of affordable residential rental housing here, not just in Santa Rosa, but the entire county. We applaud the City of Santa Rosa's efforts to move forward, and we applaud the fact that you've put this proclamation out there for this month so that people will pay attention to what's possible. A document was submitted to you, hopefully you've had a chance to read it, about what we're calling seniors and veterans extended stay suites. What those would be are a less expensive approach to providing housing for our elders and our veterans here in our community, following a model that's been utilized by the business community for over a quarter of a century. And that's where you basically go for extended stay suites approaches, such as Holiday Inn Extended Stay Suites America, etc. You use a commercial model. You build these things as quickly as possible, as if you were a for-profit organization seeking to get a return upon your investment as quickly as possible. If you worked with the housing vouchers that you get from the county for veterans, you could make it profitable. Project-based vouchers are used to build new projects now. That model has been successful and quicker than the typical approach the Housing Authority for Santa Rosa has been using for decades. They take years, decades to get a project done sometimes. Utilizing an approach where you become the advocate from a profitable entity, looking at it like you're going to build these single residence only extended stay suites, so they'll bring in a rent that is above market rate, utilizing what's currently available here, and is at market rate utilizing the vouchers. You could be putting money back into your housing trust. This is something that wasn't explored during the last few decades, and that previous administration at the Housing Authority has now retired. You have new people appointed onto your Housing Authority. You have new people in the bureaucracy. You folks could lead the way. It has to come from a directive from the elected officials, from our council. Then our staff may follow that approach. Without that, it will just be the same old story. They call that SOSDD in the military, same old stuff, different day, and that's what's happened here for decades. So I believe you folks could set the new tone. Thank you kindly for your time.
Thank you. I'm seeing no additional comments in the chambers. We have no hands raised on Zoom and no pre-recorded messages.
Thank you. We have no staff briefings today, so we'll move on to item 8, City Manager and City Attorney's report.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. I have no updates today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm here to give the monthly report of settlements and active litigation. You've received the report. We do list as a settlement, but it is actually a jury verdict in the matter of Meyer versus City of Santa Rosa. That case arose out of an accident on the Joe Redondo Trail caused when a fleeing suspect turned back and pushed into a slow-moving police motorcycle, causing a collision of the motorcycle with a nearby tent. It was an almost 2-week jury trial. The jury verdict allocated 25% liability to the city and 75% liability to the fleeing suspect. The jury verdict was for the city was $87,500. We had attempted to settle in advance of the case, but were unsuccessful. The two parties were very far apart, and we feel comfortable with the jury verdict that was given. In terms of other litigation, we have 33 total litigation matters on the list. We've been kind of in that ballpark for a while now. We have 2 receiverships. We have 8 general litigation matters, but 2 of those have been settled. The Owner and Renters Rights Association versus City of Santa Rosa, that was the action that challenged our existing short-term rental ordinance. Plaintiffs have agreed to dismiss that action without prejudice for a waiver of costs. The other matter that we have reached a settlement in is Palaio versus UPA and the City of Santa Rosa. We had reached a settlement earlier with the plaintiffs in the amount of $250,000. It was affirmed as a good faith settlement by the court, and that will resolve the matter as to the city. We have 17 personal injury cases. Three of those were dismissed in the last month or so, again at either little or no cost to the city. That's the Jones matter, the Gilmore matter, and the Karen Myers matter. We have 3 police actions still pending, and we have 3 writs pending. And of course, as I've always mentioned, these are in addition to code enforcement matters, weapons cases, dog or animal cases, and other legal proceedings that our office handles. So thank you.
Thank you. Madam Deputy City Clerk, can you please facilitate public comment?
We are now taking public comment on item 8.1. If you are in the chamber and would like to comment but have not provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand or dial *9. You will have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. I'm seeing no one in chambers. I will turn it over to our Zoom host. We do have 1 hand raised on Zoom.
Eric, I have enabled your permissions and you are free to comment.
Yes, thank you very much, Lauren. This is Eric Frazier, and my address is truthinTourism@gmail.com. This, of course, is comment on the city attorney's report, and I did want to note the ORA action that was dismissed. So it is interesting about that, actually, because in our research of the permitting process for short-term rentals in the city, we are seeing a number of anomalies come up in how permits are processed. It appears that some permits have preferential treatment over others. It appears that some of the work that's going on behind the scenes in support of the ordinance that's coming before the Planning Commission later this week, and that you'll see in the City Council, I imagine the beginning of June, if everything flies right. Also, is sort of positioned to give competitive advantage to those people that were grandfathered in originally or in good standing or then got permits. So, you know, we definitely see when we study other jurisdictions how regulations create corruption within that jurisdiction, whether it's in the permitting process or the code enforcement process. So my basic question is, what did you give Aura in exchange for that dismissal? You said you dismissed costs, but I think there's much, much, much more to the story. And of course, the work that we do in research is to prepare people for protecting their rights or preparing for litigation to protect their rights, or to understand the civil rights abuses, the due process abuses that occur, especially in that short-term rental category, because it's so politicized and so demonized that it's just really fascinating to study. I think everybody who's involved with it would understand it. And those among you that are just really politically powerfully hungry, or seek inside deals for yourselves, you certainly can also see where the short-term rental ecosystem provides a lot of energy for you guys to deal with. So we'll be digging deeper on the Aura matter. It was certainly intriguing to see what's going on, but thank you. I appreciate your listening to me today. Thank you.
Do we have any pre-recorded comments?
We have no pre-recorded comments.
Perfect. Seeing no additional comments, we're going to move on to item 9, statements of abstention by council members. Seeing none, we will move on to item 10. Are there any council members that would like to report out? Starting off with council member Stepp.
Councilmember Rogers very helpfully let me know recently that I've been droning on with my report outs, so I'm going to keep this succinct. I will mention only the meeting that Vice Mayor McDonald and I attended last week, the Violence Prevention Partnership, where we officially kicked off our strategic planning process in combination or in cooperation with about 20 local organizations. Kudos to Ernesto Oliveras, former city council member, and also the city's own Danielle Garduno, who is running our community engagement office. It was a great discussion, and we're looking forward to more in the months to come. I'm done.
Thank you. Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. Last week, Regional Climate Protection Authority kicked off its process of getting community input around a proposed potential ballot measure for 2024 related to addressing climate change. Just want to say thank you to the staff at RCPA and for everyone who's participating. There's about 140 people who are on the Zoom and not just the usual suspects, so that was great. Kudos to our team for our Earth Day on Stage event this weekend. Not only was it a beautiful weekend, but walking around the event and seeing our hydration station out there, our firefighters, our police officers, and our parks, and all of our different departments that were represented, highlighting the things that the city is doing around protecting the environment. Just a great event, and thank you to everybody who made that happen. And then finally, as a not so quick update on SMART, we had a SMART meeting last week. SMART actually hit its post-COVID high in terms of ridership last week, including its second most utilized weekend ever this last weekend. The only weekend that had more riders on it was the 1-year anniversary when we had it completely free. But this weekend, SMART really promoted the Earth Day event in Santa Rosa, Butter and Eggs Day in Petaluma, as well as the Giants game, folks taking the SMART train down and then doing rail to sail to go to the Giants game. Couple of things that are coming up on the SMART side to keep an eye on. I've already previously reported on the youth riding for free through the summer on all public transit agencies, Santa Rosa City Bus, SMART, et cetera, from June to August. That is going to be marketed very well. We got a sneak peek at the marketing materials, and great job to the team. We are launching a micro transit option coming in June for folks who take the SMART train to the airport. As those of you know, right now there's a little over a mile walk between the SMART station and the terminal. It'll be an on-demand ride, 10-person shuttles at a time that are all electric for $1.50 that you can actually call while you are on the SMART train riding there. So that's a great option. And then finally, coming in May, SMART is launching what they're calling the Starlighter train, also known as the date night train for Fridays, where it'll run later than usual after 9 p.m., which currently it does not have, so that folks have an opportunity to get out, enjoy their Friday night, and then still get home safe on the SMART train. So look for that marketing material as well as it gets rolled out. Really excited for all of those options for the train.
Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you. I wanted to just share with the council that the Metropolitan Transportation Commission is now meeting back in person, of course, as we all are, and I've made a commitment to taking public transportation or carpooling there. And so last week ago, Wednesday, I got to ride a carpool to a ferry and then to Golden Gate Transit back, and I'm certainly going to have lots of opinions on what I think we should do, and I'll be sharing them with my colleague over here who sits on our regional transportation board, who are hard at work making sure that everything floats or speeds along, as the case might be. I also got a chance to go to Earth Day, which was fantastic. Our water department, Tricia, everybody just did a fantastic job. And, you know, it's so fun when you talk to people on staff who don't necessarily know. I was wearing my Beastie Boys t-shirt and pretty dressed down, and I got some legit pitches as if, you know, like people don't know you're on the council, and I love that because the enthusiasm from the staff was so palpable. People are so excited, and they did such a wonderful job of curating the experience. It wasn't just like any other festival or some sort of free-for-all for anybody who wanted to pop up a tent. It was this great event, and it was so engaging for my daughter, who got to go around on the scavenger hunt and collect one of everything. And so I'll expect some help sorting out all of these items at some point. As you know, kids will take just about anything free that anybody hands them. And then finally, thanks to the city manager's office for setting this up, I have this thing to read y'all. Clean Santa Rosa, the city's cleanup and beautification program, continues on Friday, May 12th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. The city, in partnership with Recology, invites residents to participate with us to clean up sections of Mendocino Avenue, Steel Lane corridors. For details and to register to volunteer, please visit srcity.org/clean Santa Rosa. And I just want to say, in particular, the city manager's office did a great job of consulting with me about the parts of the district that need the most attention, and a sincere gratitude for this much needed project.
Thank you. Councilmember Okrepke.
Thank you very much. I had the opportunity to attend a town hall by Congressman Mike Thompson and Jared Huffman. I just want to thank them for coming into our community and holding this joint town hall. A lot of good information, both about subjects local and abroad. And also I wanted to thank Redwood Credit Union and Matt and Brett over there for hosting that event. It was a great venue and a great talk. I had the opportunity to attend the Northern California Engineering Contractors Association Public Officials Night, which is basically a night where not just elected officials, but staff from Transportation, Public Works, and Engineering go to mix with and have conversations with the contractors that build our roads, bridges, and other infrastructure. And it was a great opportunity to see everybody mingle and get to know each other, introduce some people who hadn't known each other before. Always a great event. I also attended the Mayors and Council Members Association meeting, which I'm sure will be touched upon later, so I'll just leave that there. And then this past Saturday, I had the opportunity to go to the Sonoma County Children's Museum Time to Wonder Gala, where with the help of some extremely generous donors and a very enthusiastic Senator Mike McGuire, we were able to raise over $250,000 for the organization that helps youth in our community learn everything there is to know about pretty much everything. The way vegetables grow, outer space, there's a water structure they just got in. It's fascinating and great place to take children, and I highly encourage everyone to visit whenever they have the possibility.
Thank you. Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. On the 13th of April, I was able to sit alongside our community engagement folks, as well as 2 members of our Santa Rosa Police Department, with the South Park residents to discuss the future of South Park, and that includes the funding that we've successfully been able to acquire for the renovation of Martin Luther King Park, which I'm very happy to share with all. It was a very passionate conversation, which I love to see. It shows how many members of South Park are committed and engaged with the conversation about their own future. But it was definitely with the idea of the needs of the children and renovating the park with safety in mind. And we also spoke about the alley, the infamous alley of South Park, and how it could actually be used for so many uses, including a health trail that could benefit the residents of South Park. So I was very happy to see the amount of people that came out to engage in the conversation. That was very inspiring. Also on the 13th in the afternoon, we were able to visit the Boys and Girls Club and took a look at their facility, and what a gem that is going to be to Roseland. From the front gate all the way to the back parking, there's a use for every member of our youth in Roseland and beyond. So I'm very happy to report on that. The last thing that I want to speak about was Boys and Girls Earth Day. According to our residents, 22 years since the last mayor of Santa Rosa to visit the Roseland Creek Park or community park, and the face of excitement from our community members, or actually I'd say it was really a representative, as really that part of town hadn't been under the jurisdiction of the city of Santa Rosa, so I need to correct myself. From the county representatives, I will say, and I'll point the finger over in that direction. But nonetheless, though, how inspired my fellow neighbors were to witness our mayor at the park with their little bag and walking through the park and picking up trash. It's a beautiful thing to see our community stepping forward and coming together for the good of all. So I want to end up on that note. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few things to report out. Like Councilmember Okrepke, I also attended the Northern California Engineering Contractors Association dinner and want to say thank you so much for the opportunity to break bread with all of our contractors that work so hard in our city. And as Councilmember Stapp said, we had the VPP committee, Violence Prevention Committee work in our work groups on the strategic plan. So I want to thank so much the staff and then also the community members for continuing to come to develop that strategic plan and then looking at what we're going to be doing in year 1 as we get the strategic plan in place. I was on a tour of the Bennett Valley Golf Course recently and was able to hear about the much needed repairs that need to happen out there. I met with Officer Woods, the president of the Police Officers Association, and want to thank him and all of our police officers for their continued support of the community. And so thank you for meeting with me and giving me an update on what's happening. The Zero Waste meeting this month was canceled. I would like to also take an opportunity to reappoint Ellen Bailey to the Measure O Oversight Committee. Ms. Bailey has continued to serve on this committee and has told me today that she would be willing to continue her service. So I just want to thank her so much for her commitment to the community. We also met at the Emergency Operations Center recently to go through a beginner's course of what we would do in the case that we would have an emergency. I'm saying none until I'm off council, so, but we did have a basic overview so that we would know what to do in the event that something did happen in the city. And I do want to give a quick shout out to the Santa Rosa Fire Department. Recently, I was out walking my vicious little pug, and a member of my community had fallen down and she had injured herself. And so I called 911 because she was quite shaken, and the fire department was there within a couple of minutes. They did an assessment, and it was really the way that they treated her with so much respect and dignity and their professionalism that shined through to me. So I made an attempt to contact Chief Westhrope and told him thank you, and I got the names of the team that was there, so I just want to do a quick shout out to them and thank them for their service to the community. But it was Captain Brian Buchanan, Engineer Scott Mulder, Mel Tua, and I may be saying your name wrong, Mel, I apologize, and then Brett Hollister. Thank you so much for your service to the community and for showing up when someone was in distress, and I appreciate your service. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would first like to start off by saying it is very great. I know Councilmember Rogers would like us to keep our reports brief, but to hear of all the wonderful things that we're doing in the community, and that we all can't be everywhere, but we all seem to hit everywhere that we need to be. So it's great working with this group. And also wish tomorrow, our administrative professional day is tomorrow. So to all of our staff that fall in that category, thank you, thank you, thank you. We could not do our jobs without you. So thank you very much for all that you do to keep us afloat. For my report out, over the past 2 weeks, I've been a little busy meeting with multiple community members and other community stakeholders. I was able to attend the Cal Cities Leadership Summit in Sacramento. While there, I was also able to meet with Assemblymember Jim Wood, Assemblymember Damon Connolly, State Senator Mike McGuire, Senator Susan Eggman, and Senator Stephen Bradford. I was able to discuss earmark funding that we've received, possible future funding that we would like to receive, public safety and wildfires, housing, homelessness, water and energy resiliency, and one of our top city priorities, infrastructure priorities, would be our bike and pedestrian overcrossing. I would like to thank our communication staff for making sure I was well prepared for those meetings, and a special thank you to Lon Peterson, our Director of Communications. On April 20th, Santa Rosa was able to host the Mayor and Council Members Association of Sonoma County at Iron and Vine, located at our own Bennett Valley Golf Course. And Chef Matt Carvello, I want to say that's how you say his name, and his staff were amazing. The food was prepared to perfection. So again, if you have not eaten there, please go visit. You will not be disappointed. And on April 22nd, I was able to celebrate Earth Day in Roseland at the Neighborwood and cleaning the creek, and I did have my little bag, Councilmember Alvarez, but it was very disappointing to see how quickly my little bag was filled up. And so as a community, I think we need to do more. And we don't have to have organized days to go out, but if you're walking your dog or you're just taking a stroll in the community, take a bag, some gloves, a little picker, and we can all come together and make our community a trash-free, more beautiful place. I was also able to go down to Courthouse Square and go to the Earth Day event. So thank you to all the sponsors, performers, workshop presenters, and all the other, that did all the other engaging activities. I myself had a blast learning about our drinking water, where it comes from, the process, and talked to some of our staff. And I also enjoyed pretending to drive the bus and the fire truck. That was the highlight of my Earth Day. So that was very, very, very fun. So thank you again to all the organizers, and a special thank you to the community that showed up, because we can have a lot of events, but if the community does not show up, then it is not serving a purpose. So thank you to everyone that did show up. And this morning, I was able to welcome 100 assessors from across California at their assessors meeting, and welcome them to the beautiful city of Santa Rosa. So lastly, I would like to appoint to the Personnel Board as chair Lisa Maldonado, and her position will be effective on April 28th. And I would also like to appoint or reappoint Karen Weeks to the Planning Commission and thank both of them for their service to our community and their willingness to continue to serve. And that is, as chair, Weeks, Karen Weeks as chair. And thank you for their service to our community. We'll now go to public comment. Yes.
I was going to ask if you would like to announce in public your appointment to the ad hoc.
Oh, yes. We will have an ad hoc committee to support us in the hiring process of a new city attorney. And I have appointed Councilmember Rogers and Councilmember Stapp and myself. So thank you guys very much for your willingness to sit on that ad hoc. That will conclude my report. Madam Deputy City Clerk, may we please have public comment?
We are now taking public comment on item 10. If you are in the chamber and would like to comment but have not provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand or dial *9. You will have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. Mr. DeWitt, go ahead once the timer's up.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. I wanted to thank the mayor and our district council member, Mr. Alvarez, for coming to Roseland on the 22nd for Earth Day. It was a wonderful thing. They were actually quite understated in their report out to you folks. There were over 20 community members there with numerous children, and those children were really glad to be there seeing their leaders actually helping with the cleanup. And it was such a inspiring moment. It was a beautiful day out there. That was nature was the center stage, and we were helping nature. It was something that needed to be clarified. The eastern part of McMinn Avenue and all of McMinn Avenue was in the city of Santa Rosa from the early 1990s. And then it was only 6 years ago that the western part from the county island came in. So when that mayor, Mike Martini, came 22 years ago, he sat on the eastern side of McMinn Avenue in the city limits to make sure that it was jurisdictionally correct, if you will, and he wasn't trampling upon the county. It was a wonderful thing back then. He inspired a lot of people. They've stayed with our project, the Roseland Neighborhood, and they helped to get that preserve. And that's one of the biggest things. It was modeled on the Paulin Creek Preserve from 22 years ago, also up off of Chenate Road. And so today, when the mayor and Mr. Alvarez are reporting on this, it's just one of those things where finally those citizens on the west side are feeling as treated as well as those citizens up in the northeast along Chenate and over in the junior college neighborhood. That's revolutionary. That's democracy. That's so wonderful. Then a comment was just made by the mayor at the end of these reports that made me take a moment. It said to hire a new city attorney. And I was curious, does that mean that our current city attorney may be going elsewhere? And I think that's something we'd like to hear, because I like the city attorney. She may not like me, but it's like, hey, you know, we got to know who the top dogs are and what they're doing with us, okay? So I'm hoping you're not leaving out. And if you are, I wish you a good retirement. And I hope they get somebody that will be as conscientious as you are. Some of the previous ones have been a little less than forthright with sharing information with the public. And I've often kind of wondered why that is when it's the public paying the salary. So thank you again for all of your reports today, and especially for telling us about that board council members meeting over at the Bennett Valley Golf Course. That sounded interesting. Thank you.
Do we have any additional speakers in chambers? I'm seeing none. We have no hands raised on Zoom and no pre-recorded messages.
We will now continue with item 11, approval of the minutes. We have one set of minutes for April 11th, 2023. Council, are there any corrections to the minutes? I have one. I would just like to say for my report out that I was able to give a report out on the WACTAC meeting, and that was not included in my section. So I just wanted to make that correction. Madam Deputy City Clerk, can you please facilitate public comment for item 11.1?
We are now taking public comment on item 11. If you're in the chamber and would like to comment but have not provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand or dial *9. You'll have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. I'm seeing no one in chambers. We have no hands raised on Zoom and no pre-recorded messages.
Thank you. Moving on to our consent items. Madam City Clerk, can you please read the consent items minus 12.3, which was pulled from the agenda?
Item 12.1 is a resolution, approval of professional services agreement for construction management and inspection services for the Fire Station 5 Resiliency and Relocation Project. Item 12.2 is a resolution, approval of a purchase order for 2 Bandit 12 XP drum-style wood chipper trailers with cow line equipment incorporated, utilizing the pricing from the Sourcewell Cooperative Agreement number 050119-BAN. Item 12.4 is a resolution, approval of a 2-year blanket purchase order with 3 one-year extension options to the ADT Security Corporation, DBA ADT Commercial LLC, for the purchase of fire sprinkler inspection and repair services utilizing the pricing from the Omnia Partners Cooperative Agreement number R220701. 12.5 is a resolution, approval of amendment to General Services Agreement F002103, 2-year extension and increase in compensation with Rapid Express Courier Systems. 12.6 is a resolution, professional services agreement with Koff and Associates, a division of Gallagher Benefit Services Incorporated, for a citywide classification and compensation study and an increase in appropriations in the Human Resources fiscal year 2022-23 budget by $450,000. 12.7 is a resolution, approval of third amendment to professional services agreement number F002002 with Chronic, Moskovitz, Tiedemann, and Gerard, a professional corporation.
Thank you. Bringing it back to council, are there any questions with consent items? Seeing none, we will continue to public comment. Madam Deputy City Clerk.
We are now taking public comment on item 12. If you're in the chamber and would like to make a comment but have not provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand or dial *9. You will have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period.
Hello. Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. On 12.6, one of the things that's most important, I believe, is that you look at the bottom level, entry level living wage folks, that you make a point of having the most current information as to how you can get more employees at these levels with fair salaries. And don't just focus at the top, which typically happens. One of the dilemmas about organizational situations is that those at the top garner more interest. And we have a bunch of people making six-figure salaries here in our community, and I don't believe we need to have so much upper management. I believe that we could actually do better by freezing the hiring at the upper management levels, letting people get retirement packages and leaving out, and hiring more people to repair our streets, take care of our parks, and actually re-implement our tree team. We used to have one of the best street tree teams. Street trees are so important in our community, especially as you talk about resiliency and sustainability. This is something that we could bring back and become a national tree city as we once were. It's only going to happen if you have a strong commitment to those types of things for our community. With that in mind, 12.1 is something that myself and others disagree with how much is being spent on this whole project, and giving 2 acres to a fire station, much of which will be paved over, I'll bet, for parking. It just smacks of a bit of not just contradiction, but a cognitive dissonance, that you folks talk one thing and then do another. This is really obvious to a lot of folks in the community, but they don't take the time to come down here because they don't think you listen. I actually do believe you listen. As I spoke before closed session, I think you pay attention at times. With this in mind, you've got numerous fire stations around the community that are on just 1/4 of an acre, maybe a ½ acre at max. So you got 2 acres up there, you paid for it, you got it, you're going to do this project. This is where you could be saving some money. Cut your costs there and reinvest in Roseland Census District along Sebastopol Road, where the police chief and others are perhaps in negotiations to purchase buildings and land for a substation in that community. Thank you.
I'm seeing no additional comments in chambers. We have no hands raised on Zoom and no pre-recorded messages.
Thank you. Vice Mayor McDonald, can you please make a motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move items 12.1 to 12.2. 12.3 is pulled, and then move items 12.4 through 12.7.
Second.
We have a motion made by Vice Mayor McDonald and a second made by Councilmember Stapp. Madam Deputy City Clerk, may you please call the vote?
Councilmember Stapp.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke.
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming.
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor McDonald.
Aye.
Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
The motion passes with 7 ayes.
Thank you. We are now moving on to item 13, public comment on non-agenda matters. Madam City Clerk, will you please take item number 13?
We are now taking public comment on item 13 on agenda matters. This is the time when any person may address the council on matters not listed on this agenda, but which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. If you are in the chamber and would like to comment but have not provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand or dial *9. You will have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. We will take 12 speakers under item 13. If we have more than 12 public comments on item 13, the remaining speakers will be afforded an opportunity to speak on item 17, non-agenda matters, to provide public comment.
I'd like to use the overhead again. Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. What you see on the overhead is a 30-year-old hand-drawn map which was put together when the group Roseland Action was formed because of concerns with how the city was doing what was called the Southwest Area Plan. The Southwest Area Plan was a top-down, almost dictatorial approach about how development would be pushed in to the Roseland neighborhood and extra land, which was then annexed, creating a county island around Roseland. If you'll look at this, you'll notice, and I'll show these by the pin, that was the one main park at that time. This little park over here to the side was put there because Highway 101 was run through our neighborhood, demolishing houses and going forward. Down to the Bellevue district, which is south of Hearn Avenue, Southwest Community Park was put together by the county, and that was for the residents of Bellevue and Roseland back in the late 80s. The reason I'm showing you this map is because I also want you to see that over here, this little road right here is called Roseland Avenue. And at yesterday's Housing Authority meeting, it was disclosed that there is some sort of a project going forward on Roseland Avenue with perhaps city involvement, and yet no one that lives out there has heard of it. I went and talked to a resident today. It's just down the street from where I grow up. I go by there all the time. There's no signs, and something's going to be going on. What the dilemma we find in being in the city is folks are so used to that kind of black box, top-down planning, they don't see the realities of how you'll actually build better community engagement and better public involvement with these projects if you engage the community at the beginning so that there's not opposition to what you may be doing. Bringing this up is because the sale of the Roseland Village Shopping Center many years ago to the county was done without enough public input, so they didn't find out the dilemmas of the liabilities that would be incurring, and they've had to wait many years to move forward on their project because the land's contaminated. And we told them, but they didn't want to believe some folks. So they marched ahead, and these projects are there, and they're stuck, and it's really quite sad. One of the things that we have is the 2007 Sebastopol Road Urban Vision Plan, which was actually paid for by city and county together. And you folks should be looking at that because it actually pointed out the dilemmas we have there now with overburdened traffic on Sebastopol Road. Thank you for your time, and I'll get copies of this map to you so you can see what the past brought us forward for.
Seeing no additional commenters in chambers, we have no hands raised on Zoom and no pre-recorded messages.
Thank you. So we're going to take the agenda a little out of order. We'll now go to item 15 and come back up to item 14. Item 15.1 is our first public hearing of the evening. Madam City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 15.1 is a public hearing authorizing submittal of the fiscal year 2022-2023 action plan and approval of grant agreements for public services, fair housing, and housing opportunities for persons with AIDS. If you could just introduce yourself for the record, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Nicole Del Fiorentino, the Housing and Community Services Manager for the Housing Trust Division. And today we have Julie Guerin with you to present the annual action plan item.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Apologies for the delay. My name is Julie Guerin. I'm a program specialist with Housing and Community Services. Tonight's public hearing is a submittal of the fiscal year 2023-2024 action plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, and approval of funding recommendations. The City of Santa Rosa is an entitlement jurisdiction for the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD. The annual action plan is required by HUD to receive Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, Home and Housing Opportunity with AIDS, HOPWA grant funds. The annual action plan is due to be submitted to HUD by May 15th of 2023. The council action requested tonight is to 1, approve the submittal of the plan, and 2, approve funding recommendations. The annual action plan is the one-year plan that identifies housing and community development priorities and goals and defines how the city plans to spend the federal funds in the upcoming fiscal year. The annual action plan is based off of a template provided by HUD and is the counterpart to the larger 2020 through 2024 consolidated plan submitted every 4 years. The action plan presented tonight is the 4th and final year of the 2020 through 2024 consolidated plan. And next year, Housing and Community Services will be bringing the 2024 through 2028 consolidated plan to you for review. So, first priority goals outlined by the consolidated plan include to increase the supply of affordable rental housing for low-income households, to provide housing assistance support for low-income households with HIV and AIDS, to preserve affordable housing stock, and to provide housing and services to special needs populations. Second-tier action plan goals are addressed if there is additional funding from the entitlement grant awards. Those goals include to increase access to home ownership, provide funding for public facilities improvements, and promote economic development. So for the fiscal year 2023-2024, the total amount of HUD allocations for CDBG funds, including the grant allocation from HUD and the anticipated program income, equals $1,536,993. The total for home, which would be the allocation from HUD and the anticipated program income, is $825,722. And for HOPWA, which does not include program income, the total allocation is $518,964. And just as a note, program income is generated through loan repayment from prior use of funds. So in the next several slides, I'm going to go over the funding recommendations. So for CDBG funds, HUD allows up to 15% of a CDBG allocation to be used for public services. And historically, the City of Santa Rosa has used the full 15% to fund public services. Council direction has been to provide focused, comprehensive homeless services through coordinated entry. For fiscal year 23-24, the recommended proposals for the provision of public services that meet the council direction include $96,000 to Catholic Charities for the Family Center, $102,000 for Catholic Charities the Homeless Services Center, and $38,870 for the living room. Fair housing. Fair housing is a federally mandated program that receives annual funding. Fair housing must be responsive to the 2012 Sonoma County analysis of impediments to fair housing. Fair Housing of Northern California is recommended for $45,000 from the real property transfer tax, the general fund. HOPWA. So the city received an allocation from HUD for $518,964 in HOPWA funds. The HOPWA allocation from HUD has increased over the past several years, and in turn, the recommended funding amount has also increased. Face-to-Face is being recommended for an award of $503,395, and per HUD regulation, the city may retain 3% of that for administration of the program. The city has conducted community outreach prior to today's public hearing to receive feedback and public comment on the annual action plan. The city conducted a community meeting on February 1st to initiate the annual action plan process. The notice for the meeting was sent out via the Continuum of Care listserv, posted on social media, and published in Laveau's and the Press Democrat. A public hearing notice was posted for tonight's council meeting. And additionally, the draft annual action plan was available for review and comment starting on March 24th. It was available online and in hard copy at City Hall and the main branch of the Sonoma County Library. The draft action plan is available on the city's webpage, and public comment is encouraged up to and including at tonight's public hearing. Any public comments received to date and including at tonight's public hearing will be included in the annual action plan and submitted to HUD. So, in conclusion, it is recommended by the Housing and Community Services Department that the Council, by resolution, 1, authorize submittal of the fiscal year 2023-2024 action plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and 2, approve the fiscal year 2023-2024 grant agreements for public services funds with the Living Room, Catholic Charities of the Diocese of Santa Rosa, the Family Center and Homeless Service Center, Fair Housing Funds with Fair Housing Advocates of Northern California, and Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS, HOPWA funds, with Face-to-Face, the Sonoma County AIDS Network, in the combined amount of $790,265, and authorize the Director of Housing and Community Services or their designee to execute the grant agreements and any future amendments thereto for public services, fair housing, and HOPWA. And 3, authorize the city manager to execute the annual federal funding agreements with HUD and any additional forms or documents required by HUD to implement the fiscal year 2023-2024 action plan. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a wonderful presentation. Council, do we have any questions? Seeing none, we will now open our public hearing. Madam Deputy City Clerk.
We are now taking public comment on item 15.1. If you are in the chamber and would like to comment but have not provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand or dial *9. You will have 3 minutes, and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. I have Cliff Wingham signed up to speak. I do. Oh.
Well, I was signed up to speak on item 14.1, not 15.1.
Okay, thank you.
I would prefer to come back up here after the 14.1 is completed.
So I'm seeing no additional speakers in the chambers. We have no hands raised on Zoom and no pre-recorded messages.
And we will now close our public hearing, and I'll bring it back to council for any comments, if they would like to make any. Nope. Seeing no comments from council, Councilmember Fleming, if you would please make a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. It is my pleasure to bring forward a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa authorizing submittal of the fiscal year 23-24 action plan and approved grant agreements for public services, fair housing, and housing opportunities for persons with AIDS, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
I'd also like to thank the staff for your lovely presentation.
We have a motion from Councilmember Fleming and a second from Vice Mayor McDonald. Are there any additional thanks or discussion? Seeing none, Madam Deputy City Clerk, can you please call the vote?
Councilmember Stapp?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor McDonald?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
The motion passes with 7 ayes.
And thank you again for the presentation. Moving back up to item 14.1, Madam City Manager.
Item 14.1 is a report, resolution of intent to establish the Downtown Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District, establishing a public financing authority, and authorizing other actions.
Good afternoon. For the record, Rosa de la Rosa, Deputy Director of Economic Development in the Planning and Economic Development Department, and I may need some help getting my presentation up.
Thank you, Deputy Director. Can you pull your microphone forward a little bit?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, it's been a long time, but it's nice to be here in person. So good afternoon, Mayor Rogers and members of the council. Before I jump into a high-level overview of Enhanced Infrastructure Financing Districts, or EIFDs, I want to acknowledge the cadre of staff and subject matter experts we have both in the chamber and online who are available at the end of the presentation to get into details of your specific questions. Namely, we have our consultant DTA, which is a public finance, assessment engineering, and development economics consulting firm. We have our financial consultant, Bob Gamble of Gamble Strategies, and we have Chris Lynch of Jones Hall, who serves as bond, disclosure, and underwriters counsel in financings that include EIFDs. So you have a good team of people well beyond myself to help lead through this. And Rhonda, it's not advancing. Oh, got it. Okay. So for this city, EIFDs were first sort of glanced at when we were working on our housing action plan way back in 2016, 2017. EIFDs were established by state code in 2014, so they were very new at the time when we sort of took notice of them. But we only started thinking earnestly about the potential of an EIFD as an economic recovery tool after the Tubbs fire. That event, if you recall, spurred just a flurry of activity from both the city and the county, which for the city was really focused on programs and policies that would best affect development opportunities and possibilities within our cities. I should say within planning and economic development, this is what we focused on, and also to address the desire for a diversity of housing types that became very apparent after the fires and in talking to both residents and businesses. What took a little bit longer is the consideration of financing tools to enable and assist development. So the Renewal Enterprise District, or the RED, is one obvious outcome of that time, but it wasn't until more recently that we were able to establish the RED Housing Fund, for example. We also have 2 qualified opportunity zones within our city limits, which is another really great financing tools for developers, and they've sparked some solid investments in the downtown, but the life of those opportunity zones are coming to an end, or sort of the opportunities around those are waning. And so it wasn't really until more recently where we were able to more adequately consider the potential of pursuing an EIFD. So the results of these efforts, despite the obvious turn of events over the past couple of years, or few years, I should say, even without an EIFD, is that we've finally begun to see actual movement in the downtown towards density infill development. So that's what this map is showing, as well as this slide. So when I looked this morning, we had 131 units completed in the downtown since 2016, but now have 483 units under construction with an additional 870 coming down the pike. They're in various stages of development or plan review or under construction, but it is a lot of momentum in our downtown area. So this, I have to say, I just want to take a moment to say it's a testament to how long it can take to change the development trajectory, given the market and other outside forces that are outside of our control, even if you have incessant pressure combined with enabling policies such as we've had. So it did feel like a hurry up and wait kind of situation for the past 4 to 5 years, but it is a long game that we're talking about, and the momentum is happening. So the point of an EIFD is to be able to capture the tax increment generated by the existing 1% of the ad valorem property tax. We're pursuing an EIFD now because of the momentum I just spoke about. In order to capture the tax increment, which is the graphic that you see here on the right, now is really the time to do it. We want to capture the tax increment before more units get built. So again, an EIFD is a financing tool using tax increment revenues from taxes already being paid by the property owner. There are no new taxes, and there are no additional taxes imposed. Some of you might remember, hopefully, when we had redevelopment agencies or redevelopment districts. This is sort of a new version of what that was. However, EIFDs allow more flexibility and are better situated to support sustainable growth and can serve as or I should say can better serve as a platform for the types of policy integration that we're really looking for. So what that means is the development of interconnected transportation, housing, mixed-use projects, and other such things in areas of high opportunity. So that brings us to today, the formation process. The first thing you need to know about forming a district is that because Santa Rosa is the jurisdiction in which we're looking to form an EIFD, even if we partner with the county, it is the city council that is required to adopt a resolution of intention. By law, this does have to include the proposed district boundaries and a list of projects and improvements to be constructed, which we'll go over in a minute. And that's the first resolution that you have before you today. At the same meeting today, Council also needs to adopt a resolution establishing a public financing authority, or PFA, and that's the second resolution before you. So I'm going to spend a moment on the PFA because this is important. Of the districts that we've seen and looked at, and that I believe our consultants have worked on, a public financing authority is typically a 5-member board, but It can actually be any odd number consisting of a majority of members from the legislative bodies of the participating entities, so in this case the city and hopefully the county, and a minimum of 2 members of the public chosen by the legislative bodies of the participating entities. So again, what's typically seen is 2 city council members, 1 county supervisor, and 2 members of the public, which is what you have in your resolution, but it can be 2 city council members, 2 county supervisors, and 3 members of the public. If you do choose to pursue that, we would just have to make that change in the resolution, the second resolution before you. So it is important to note that it is that body, the Public Financing Authority, that will direct the preparation of an infrastructure financing plan, or IFP, infrastructure financing plan, and lead it through public hearings. The PFA can also pull the plug at any time if it decides that it does not want to pursue this. I noted on the slide, we have plenty of input and off-ramp opportunities before formation is actually established. It is only after public hearings and any fine-tuning of the infrastructure financing plan that is done through the Public Financing Authority that the City Council, and if the county participates, the Board of Supervisors would each adopt a resolution approving the infrastructure financing plan. So they do not approve the formation at that time, they approve the financing plan. So again, the Public Financing Authority, this is just an assumed timeline, process timeline. Nothing's set in stone quite yet, except for this, and hopefully the appointment of the Public Financing Authority members on May 23rd. But the Public Financing Authority holds at least 3 public hearings that are at least 30 days apart, after 2 of which both the Board of Supervisors and the City Council would each adopt resolutions approving the infrastructure financing plan put forward by the Public Financing Authority. So it is possible for the city to pursue an EIFD on its own without the county. However, it's the county's participation that provides the revenue value for the district. We just do not make enough money or provide enough tax increment on our own to make it of any value without the county's participation. So for this reason, it's imperative that the county see value in the infrastructure financing plan and participate in the district. And I do want to note lastly that the infrastructure finance plan sort of broadly outlines projects, but it also includes a fiscal impact report that also needs to be relevant to both the city and to the county. There are no election is required unless 25% of the property owners within the district protest the formation at the 3rd public hearing. And pursuit of an EIFD is totally abandoned if over 50% of the property owners protest the formation. Again, it's the Public Financing Authority that eventually adopts the infrastructure financing plan after the City Council approves it, and it is the Public Financing Authority that approves the resolution of formation. But that happens again after the city and county's action. Once the EIFD is formed, the PFA can make the decision to sell bonds, but only if there is a sufficient accrual of revenue to support the debt service. So thankfully, we have our consultants on the line to answer any questions about bonds or anything about this. But in essence, the minimum debt service coverage is 125%, and bonds cannot be sold until after some development has occurred and a tax increment is generated. The key takeaway basically is that bonds are secured only by the tax increment generated within the district and not by the city's or county's general fund. The investment program of an EIFD can target a whole range of physical improvements such as transportation, street improvements, parks, and open space, so facilities such as that, pedestrian connectivity, but it can also fund affordable housing, child care facilities, libraries, so I don't know, softer things than hard infrastructure. We do have a number of potential projects that could be culled from existing plans. For example, the Santa Rosa Avenue and Mendocino Avenue corridor plans, as well as the downtown stationary specific plan, for example. But it would be up to the Public Financing Authority to guide what would be included in the infrastructure financing plan. Also, projects do have to have a useful life of at least 15 years to be eligible for consideration, and the funds cannot be used to finance public services unless it involves the maintenance of facilities built with EIFD funding. So I have two maps I want to show you. The first is what was considered in the creation of the boundaries that we're ultimately recommending, and the second is looking into the at the specifics of the proposed EIFD boundaries. So here's where I feel compelled to give a shout out to our two community benefit districts in the downtown, because it was their intense interest that helped nudge this process along into action, and it was with their assistance that we really homed in on what a district boundary could and should look like. And so what informed our discussions are the considerations of both the existing community benefit districts, which are shown here in green and pink, as well as the downtown stationary specific boundaries, which is outlined in red, which coincidentally is also the qualified opportunity zone boundary. And then the proposed EIFD boundary is overlaid in yellow. So looking at specifically the EIFD boundaries, through the collaborative discussions, we decided that we should carve out areas that are already developed with mostly low-density residential development, since there would be either no to truly very modest opportunity for growth in those areas. So that's where you see the two historic districts that are carved out on this map, as well as the reduced boundaries that eliminate the West 3rd Street corridor and the West End residential area from the map, as opposed to the downtown stationary specific plan. Also not included in comparison to the downtown stationary specific plan map is the Roberts Road area south of Highway 12 and west of 101, because this area better aligns with the potential future Roseland EIFD if we choose to pursue that. So the information on these next three slides were provided by the County Assessor's Office using the proposed boundary maps that you saw. What they provided us are three growth scenarios with a 2%, 3%, and 5% annual property tax growth assumption. So this is the 2% growth assumption. This is the 3%, and this is the 5%. So since the 5% growth assumption is the most aggressive, I'm going to stay here and dig into it a little bit more. So going back to the importance of moving forward with an EIFD while we have momentum, but before missing out on the tax increment of those new developments, you begin to see it here. It's most helpful that we establish our base year as soon as we can, ideally this year, so that we can see the type of tax increment growth that we want. We want to be more aggressive with that. What this slide is showing is the tax assessor's EIFD revenue assumptions based on a 2023 base year less the ERAF factor. They've they've provided us with both a 30-year, the blue box, and a 45-year term based on these assumptions. And we're most interested in looking at the 45-year term, the clock for which would not start ticking until bonds are issued. And then looking at that orange box, that 45-year term, We are looking at, if we look at the most aggressive participation commitment at 75%, this would equate to about $363,000 a year of tax increment revenue over the course of that, of the lifetime, which breaks down for the city to about $140,000 per year for the city. So it's not a ton, but that's how you sort of read that, that graph, or that chart rather. So that's as far as I'm going to take you through this, because I have a feeling that you're going to have a lot of specific questions, and it will be helpful to have the help of our consultants. And so it is recommended by the Planning and Economic Development Department that the council adopt a resolution of intention to form the downtown EIFD and adopt a resolution to establish a public financing authority as the governing board of the district and authorizing other actions. And Madam Clerk, hopefully we have David Tausig, Lenny Zarate, Bob Gamble, and Chris Lynch on Zoom to help answer questions.
Yes, they have all been promoted.
Thank you, Mayor. Are there any questions from council? Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you, Vice Mayor McDonald. My question, thank you for this presentation, Rosa. It's fantastic work. I know you've been grinding away at this for many years, and you've done a fantastic job in building consensus in our community. I'm curious to know, when you presented this at the Renewable Enterprise District, or a similar presentation a couple of weeks ago, we heard from Hugh Futrell, well, we heard that we owed money on our redevelopment bonds. And we also heard a competing viewpoint that perhaps those were not necessarily, we're not as liable as we thought we are. Did we ever get any further information about that?
We did. So firstly, I think either Bob Gamble or David Tausig can help answer this, but Bob, maybe I'll let you take that.
Sure. I'll take a first crack at it. Good evening, council members. There is a provision in the EIFD law that requires that all prior commitments made under redevelopment be given priority when a new EIFD is being established. And so in this case, there are existing commitments to the RDA. So those would continue to have priority over any future commitments made either contractually or through the bond issuance process. But it does nevertheless allow that tax increment generated over and above the RDA commitment be used for the priorities established in the infrastructure financing plan. So in effect, it is possible to begin to accumulate tax increment and to make additional commitments. It's just important to remember that those are essentially subordinate to the existing commitments under the old RDA.
And David Tausig and Lenny Zarate from DTA have done some additional looking into this. Do you have anything you want to add on your findings?
Thanks, Rosa. This is David Tausig. I'm president of GTA. So we did take a look and we talked to the successor agency, and very fortunately, right now with the current level of assessed valuation, this is before all the growth that Rosa talked about, you have about 5 times the coverage that you need for the debt service. In other words, the actual number is 492%. So you have the certain amount of money needed for bonds that were refunded, I believe, in 2015. We have to pay the debt service on those bonds. Those have dibs on all of the tax increment. But factually, we have about almost 5 times as much tax increment as we need for those bonds. And that's before we've had any growth. Obviously, we're talking about having a lot of growth and having assessed value come up and having additional increment. So while every dime of that additional increment is dedicated towards the successor agency bonds, in reality, we're not going to need, doesn't look like we're going to need most of that money for the successor agency bonds. So there is additional money available. If we did sell the bonds, and Robert and I have talked, Bob and I have talked about that, if there is additional money available, we could go out with bonds early. They're called subordinate bonds. And it means the bondholders know that the first dibs on that tax increment all go towards the initial successor agency bonds. But the fact remains that we've got more than enough money to cover it. So as long as people pay their taxes and assessed values don't drop down, we do have enough money to pay for subordinate bonds if we wanted to sell them. I don't believe, and Mr. Lynch probably knows more than I do, I don't believe anybody sold subordinate bonds through an EIFD yet, but you do have that option. But we do have plenty of extra money beyond what the successor agency needs for its bonds.
Thank you, that's very helpful. Just a couple more questions. One is, does the tax increment only apply to the gentleman who responded said, you know, people keep paying their taxes, which led me to think, would this tax increment apply to existing structures or only to new development? Would the tax increment be applied?
It applies to all properties within the district that see a change in their assessment, and that change is most visualized by new intensified development.
That makes perfect sense. And then the last question is, in other jurisdictions that have been successful in negotiating with their county, have there been models in terms of the composition of the board, in terms of having a certain number of board members or a certain number of community members or council members?
Again, per the state code, it does have to be a majority of the elected officials of the participating jurisdictions, and that's generally been seen as a majority of the legislative body of the, within the jurisdiction itself. I will let Bob, Chris, David, Lenny, any of those who have actual experience in other jurisdictions answer that a little bit more thoroughly. David, do you want to take that?
Yeah, so I know of 3 EIFDs that have counties and cities involved. And in all of them, the city was the instigating agency, so to speak. So I believe in all 3, 2 of the members are from the city, but to be honest, I did not work personally. I worked on one of those, but it was after it was formed. So I don't actually know who's on the body. We could easily find that out.
That's okay. I was just curious to know if there was a best practice.
That's a good question.
And I think Chris Lynch was going to weigh in.
This is Chris Lynch from Jones Hall. I also have not worked personally on a EIFD where a county and a city were involved, but I did look at some of the others. And I think at least 2 of them had the composition that Mr. Towsey described, which was 2 public members, 2 members of the city council, and 1 member of the board of supervisors.
Okay, thank you. I struggled, maybe my understanding is a majority of the governing body, that phrase right there. You know, when I think of a majority of our body, I think of 4 members, and a majority of the soups is 3 members. So am I missing something?
Yes, so what the code actually says is, I've got it right here. Hold on one second. So if a district has 2 or more participating affected taxing entities, the public financing authority's membership shall consist of a majority of members from the legislative bodies of the participating entities. So again, it's a combination of both the city and the county, should the county participate, and a minimum of 2 members of the public chosen by the legislative bodies of the participating entities. So what I'm saying is it could be 2, 1, 2 public, 2, 2, 3 public. The point is that it's 3, and there are always more elected officials than there are public members.
Thank you for the clarification.
Sure.
That makes perfect sense. Okay, I'm done.
Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you so much. So tipping my hand, my preference would be that we do provide 2 seats for Board of Supervisors members as well. I think if we're going to be asking them to put in an equal sum to Santa Rosa, they should have equal representation on the committee. So I'll be making that as part of the motion at the end of this discussion. I did get a question from somebody in the public this weekend specifically about, and I'll phrase it the way they did, convinced me that this is going to lead to more affordable housing in downtown Santa Rosa.
So this is not just an affordable housing tool. This is an economic development tool. This is a tool that helps us build and bring additional private investment into the downtown. We are seeing through our enabling policies the work that we've done for the past 5 years plus the fruits of our labor in that way. You saw that on the slide that had the number of projects developed. We have, through the Housing Action Plan, always taken the stance that we need housing of all types and at all levels. But that said, some of the things, the programs that we're doing that we're not touching upon here right now is, for example, the Surplus Land Act. We have certain requirements that was identified also in the Housing Action Plan. So this is a layering tool, not the only tool. And in combination with all of the other policies and initiatives and programs that we've put into place, this will spur additional and enable additional private sector investment for economic development in our downtown. And quickly, I just want to make sure that I captured that effectively. Lenny or David, did you have anything to add to that?
No, I thought your response was perfect.
Perfect, thanks.
I appreciate that, and it's laid out very well in the staff report as well. But to punctuate the point, this will further housing projects, but if you only look at it as a housing tool, you're missing half of what the intention is here in creation of the EIFD.
That's correct, and I have to just go back, and many of you were not here when we were going through this process of not just the Housing Action Plan, but all of the up-downtown initiatives that we had. It has never, ever, and cannot sustainably be one over the other or one instead of the other. It is a layering effect that includes financing and time, cost, certainty kinds of policies that has brought us to where we are today.
Great, thank you so much.
Councilmember Stapp.
Thank you, Rosa. This is a really nicely distilled summary of a complicated issue. I have two questions. Question number one is, we've talked about the county a couple of times, and we're going to have to bring them to the table and show them what the benefit is for the county to engage. Could you clarify what some of the benefits to the county's revenues long term might be?
Sure. And again, please, any of the consultants who are on, pop on in. So the county receives the bulk of our property tax, right? The property taxes that we receive. And they also benefit in other ways when you have housing. So housing has an economic multiplier. Don't ask me what that is right now. I can't tell you, but there is a value beyond just housing there's an economic value beyond just housing our residents, right? We also know, and this goes back to the establishment of the Renewal Enterprise District, where one of the initiatives and the reason why the county and the city participated in this Joint Powers Authority is because they recognize that it is within the city that the region's housing needs would most likely be met at the number that we needed to pursue it. So the county is already involved and has already shown commitment to some degree in understanding the value of downtown density infill development, with Santa Rosa as a leader in that vein. Through things like the Renewal Enterprise District. And then going beyond that, again, there are revenues and fiscal impacts both that are positive, should be positively seen through the infrastructure financing plan. Anybody want to add anything to that from the team?
We will be doing a fiscal impact report for the city and then separate for the county. So we're going to know afterwards, based upon the increase in appreciation that's going to be occurring in the EIFD, what portion of that goes to the county in terms of property taxes. Our initial numbers, and I'm just going to throw it out because around 15% of the 1% property tax goes to the county. So to whatever extent we have an increment, they'll be getting 15% of that increment, and we're asking them to contribute a portion of that towards the EIFD to encourage even more increment, so that they will also benefit from the additional increment. So financially, they've got that coming to them. Factually, that's it. In terms of the growth of the downtown being an economic engine for the county, as a tourist attraction, all that other stuff, of course, the county gets benefits from that too, but the direct benefit would be property taxes.
And I want to just hone in on one thing, because I think if people remember redevelopment, they remember that it was all or nothing, essentially, right? This is not that. The jurisdictions get to decide at what % they are willing to participate, and so anything above and beyond that goes to them. So it's not the same thing as redevelopment, number one. And then the other thing that I will just go back and point out, what David Tausig pointed out before, over the lifespan, even before the end of the redevelopment obligation for the downtown area, that ends in 2035, I think 2034. We are already, with those investments, seeing 5 times what we had what we needed to fulfill that bond obligation. So you can see just through that model what those benefits are, and that benefits not just us, but the county.
Is it fair to say that when we're not optimizing either the property development or the commercial activity downtown, then neither the city nor the county are benefiting from the tax split? But once we can kickstart that, as this project hopes to do, then both the city and the county are going to come out ahead.
That's correct.
Thank you. One other question. Back to looking at the map, the proposed map. You explained nicely why there were a couple of islands that were carved out, because obviously we're not expecting a lot of development there, and so they wouldn't necessarily contribute much in terms of the tax increment. But in terms of the infrastructure development, does this prevent the city or preclude the city from using some of these funds to invest in infrastructure that will likely flow through those neighborhoods?
No, that's allowable. It's Chris, I'm going to ask you to speak on that, because I can't remember which code section that is.
Sure. Hi, Chris Lynch from Jones Hall. The law is clear that you can finance facilities that are located outside the boundaries of the EIFD, as long as you can make a finding that they have a tangible connection to the work of the EIFD.
Perfect.
So
Perfect. Thank you.
Are there any more questions from council? Okay. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and facilitate public comment on item 14.1.
We are now taking public comment on item 14.1. If you are in the chamber and would like to comment but have not provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand or dial *9. You will have 3 minutes, and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. First up will be Cliff.
Hello, my name is Cliff Wiggum. I'm the former of the Gateway Coalition, which is the majority part of the Roberts District. The infrastructure tax finance is not new to me. In 2016, I stood right here and proposed that we build the Roberts Underpass on Roberts Avenue from Roberts District to Railroad Square using infrastructure tax financing, based on a new development project I had going in the Gateway Coalition 10-acre properties. The environmentals stood in my way. It took me until 2018 to secure a grant from the EPA to do our environmentals. I completed environmentals November 20th, 2020. The city rezoned the property from its Transit Village 25 to 40 units per acre on January 1st, 2021, and gave it the unfeasible, unrealistic 6.0 floor area ratio. No developer will touch it, not in Santa Rosa, and not in that part of Santa Rosa anyway, because the construction costs for that kind of density, the rents do not support. They said if the rents were double, maybe they'd do it. So that leaves me. Now, this plan here excludes the Roberts District, and in its own language says that, I'll read it to you. The Roberts road area south of Highway 12, west of Highway 101. This area is better aligned with a potential future Roseland area EIFD, since it is east anchor of the Sebastopol Road corridor. This corridor is a central Roseland axis which in the past has been part of the Roseland study area. Publicly desired infrastructure upgrades in the Roberts Road area as part of the EIDFD formation process should be examined historically within the rest of the corridor. And then it goes on to say the Roberts Road area was set aside for a more logical inclusion in a future Roseland EIFD. What I'm asking for is you to put the zoning back to its 25 to 40 units per acre that it was from 2006 when I bought my property, and was changed in 21. Put it back. I did all the work with the EPA based on a 25 to 40 units per acre. And you pulled the rug out from under our feet. We can accomplish the 6.0. The 40, we can. On the Gateway's 10 acres, I can get 400 units built within the next couple of years.
Thank you, sir.
We have one additional speaker in chambers.
Mr. DeWitt, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. Bigger is better. Now is the time to actually redraw those boundaries on what's been proposed to you today by staff. Look at page 3, the original downtown specific plan boundary, and draw a line at that farthest west point up north of Highway 12 in what's called the Westgate area. Draw it straight down and make that the part of your downtown enhanced infrastructure financing district. The reason I ask for this is because it will take decades to go for the Roseland one. We've been promised things over the years about we're going to do this for Roseland. It takes decades. If you get it in there now, you can carve it out later. You can say, okay, we've got this downtown district. You can get that financing going. Sebastopol Road will be a commercial generator. That's been the anchor, the commercial corridor for over a century when there was a rail line out there. One of the main things about these types of districts is you can be the ones who designate how you want to see that funding be allocated. Mr. Rogers has pointed out that it's a good idea to have the county go for the 7-person structure. Get the county, the city, and 3 members of the public. Get perhaps Mr. Owen from the Housing Authority, a numbers guy. Get the people that can help you apply this financing to get not just this commercial development, but housing and multi-story buildings. The granary out there next to the railroad tracks gives you a grandfathered in height of how high you can build up. I mean, it's not like anybody's going to stop you out there for what you want to do. The people that are advocating to get positive things done want you to do more. So go ahead and be big right now. Say, let's get this and make the boundaries reach as far west as we can. That will generate far more than you expect, especially because there's projects coming forward along Roseland Avenue up by Highway 12. So there's stuff here that you can do in a positive way, working with the county. In the past, there used to be an adversarial approach, but I believe now with Mr. Corsi, our former mayor, as the district representative, the supervisor, working with you folks, we're going to be singing Kumbaya. It's time to go forward. It will not happen for Roseland unless you make it happen here today. You can bet on that. I've been watching this for 30 years. It's not going to go forward unless you take us in there right now and then later say, well, we're going to carve out a section and go bigger for Roseland. Please do that. Thank you for your time.
Seeing no additional comments in chambers, so I'll turn it over to our Zoom host for the Zoom comments.
Thank you, Rhonda. First up, I have Hugh Futrell. Hugh. I enabled your permissions. Go ahead with your comment.
Hugh Futrell, 523rd Street. I'd like to thank the council for taking this up. Thank staff, all on behalf of the DAO, which I'm the chair of, as you know, for working on this with so much focus and dispatch on this critical item, with the aim of getting the district formed and tax increment collected at the earliest possible time to have such a major impact on downtown. Just a quick comment about Roseland. Many of us involved looked closely at that issue. Understanding the projects, the stakeholders, the timelines, the identified tax increment, all of those things, all those things argue strongly against trying to integrate portions of Roseland with this EIFD, but instead argue in favor of Roseland advocates being able to move forward with the city at a later date once its needs are fully identified. There's just no way that we can capture the tax increment that is being developed now within the downtown district if the boundaries are expanded. We have to remember that the infrastructure financing plan has got to ultimately contemplate the projects that will be done. That requires a transparent public process of involvement. The larger and larger and larger that geography gets, the more unwieldy it gets, and the greater the certainty that things will be delayed and we'll miss important deadlines. Roseland does matter, but there is a route to serving Roseland that does not require compromising this EIFD. But thank you again, Council, and thank you very much to staff, speaking on behalf of the DAO and the downtown business community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hugh. We are moving on to Eric. Eric, I have enabled your permissions. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much, Lauren. This is Eric Frazier, and I'm with the Greater Cherry Street Neighborhood Association. Quite a privilege to be able to add some comments right behind Mr. Futrell's comments and Mr. DeWitt's comments. And hearing the EFID structure, I'm a little bit struck by how, in essence, what we'd be doing is taking future tax revenue and basically leveraging it or mortgaging it for money that we can spend presently on infrastructure. Okay, so that just diminishes our tax return for that tax that would be coming in. We're discounting that tax. Okay. Mr. DeWitt's comments were, I think, on point and saying, well, why don't we include the Roseland? I don't necessarily buy Mr. Futrell's argument that there isn't time or that you have to be transparent in exactly the projects that are contributing to that future tax increment. I just need to educate myself a little bit more. It may be the case, but what I see when I study the downtown core area, and thank you to Councilmember Stapp for pointing out that these infrastructure funds, if this was to go forward, could help the historic district of like Cherry Street District, where the sidewalks are a mess and have been a mess for a long time, as well as other infrastructure issues. But when we study the downtown core issue, really looking at like Old Courthouse Square reunification, where there's a lot of sleight of hand about how much was actually spent on that project. I'm not sure if actually all the bonds and financing have been paid off. We also notice that when there's economic impact analysis that's done, usually it's wildly inaccurate, wildly optimistic, not reasonable, not verifiable. When we look at other numbers that are driven by special districts, like for instance, the Santa Rosa Tourism Business Improvement Assessment, we also see that buttressed by unverifiable information, wild claims, outright lying really when it comes to visitor center attendance. And so, while this sounds like a very interesting mechanism to get money now for needed infrastructure projects, I would say that there needs to be more work to really understand how this indebts people, what the impact is actually in costs, including increased taxes. I saw the slide said no new taxes, but it sounds like there's a change in assessment value. There's a lot of mystery there, a lot of sleight of hand, smoke and mirrors. I would be concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Next up, we have Candace. Candace, I have enabled your permissions. Go ahead whenever you're ready. Candace, are you there?
Sorry, I just got the notification to unmute. Can you hear me now?
We got you. Go right ahead.
Good evening. This is Cadence Hinkle-Allenson from the Downtown District. I don't need to repeat the extensive benefits that staff just shared, but I do want to reiterate the tremendously positive impact this could have on our downtown, and also echo Hugh's comments and just express on behalf of the DAO our deep appreciation to staff for their hard work in getting this here today. It was such a clear presentation and really answered a number of questions, and I think it's very exciting to see this finally moving forward. So keeping it brief and letting you move on, but appreciate your support and look forward to participating in the process moving forward.
Thank you so much. We have no other hands raised in Zoom.
Madam City Clerk, are there any pre-recorded messages?
Not for this item, no.
Thank you. Are there any more questions from council? Okay, with that, I'll go ahead and have Councilmember Rogers put the resolution on the floor.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I do want to say before I move the resolution, just a huge thank you and gratitude, not just to our own team, but also everybody that's come in to help us with this. The origins of this really were back in early 2018. We had our Rebuild Committee that was looking at not just how do we rebuild after the Tubbs fire, but how do we continue to push forward our downtown plan and not have it get lost in the shuffle, so to speak. And we had a strong partnership going with the Board of Supervisors as well. I think this is a good opportunity for us all to work together to continue to advance these projects. And I was making sure that I had the right term, because it's been a while since I've looked at the report. But back in 2017, I believe it was, the city partnered with Urban 3 to do an analysis of the economic value of our land assets in the city. And it's a pretty stark report that shows you why investing in downtown, why investing specifically in housing and in economic development is a good return on investment, not just for the people who live in downtown, but really across the entire county of Sonoma. And so I'm really excited for us to move this forward. I will be making the amendment to the resolution, adding a second seat for a Board of Supervisors member, which I think also necessitates adding a third seat for the public as well, to keep it as an odd number. I think that it's really important for us to have equal skin in the game to move these projects forward for our constituents and really provide solutions for city-centered growth moving forward. So with that, I will move a resolution of the City Council of the City of Santa Rosa declaring the intention to establish City of Santa Rosa Enhanced Infrastructure Finance District Downtown Business Corridor to finance public capital facilities and projects of community-wide significance and other authorized costs, and determining other matters in connection therewith, with the aforementioned amendment to the resolution as well.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. Are there any more questions?
Who made the second?
Councilmember Fleming?
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll go ahead and do a roll call vote. Madam City Clerk, can you please facilitate that?
Excuse me, this is Chris Lynch from Jones Hall. The law provides that if there are not two taxing entities contributing increment to an IFD, then there shall only be 5 members on the Public Financing Authority, which is the legislative body of the IFD. So if you increase the number of members of the Public Financing Authority to 7 now, then we need to revise Section 4 of the resolution, which addresses what happens if the county elects not to allocate property tax revenues to the IFD. We would need to provide that it would reduce back down to 5 members, of which 3 would be members of the City Council and 2 would be public members.
That's exactly what I said. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you so much. We'll accept that with the amendment.
If there's no objections.
Councilmember Stapp?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor McDonald?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Before I vote, I would like to say you took a very difficult topic and you made it not easy, but easier to understand. So I would like to thank you and the consultants for your hard work in doing that for us. And aye.
The motion passes with 7 ayes.
All right, and I have a second resolution here with the same amendments that were mentioned. I actually think they're in this resolution. Before I do, I want to thank our DAO partners as well, and in particular, Hugh Futrell has been a huge asset to the city and has been a driving force behind this. And with that, I will introduce a resolution of the City Council of the City of Santa Rosa establishing the Downtown Business Corridor EIFD Public Financing Authority as the legislative body of the City of Santa Rosa Enhanced Infrastructure Finance District Downtown Business Corridor, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
And for clarification, do we need to make the amendments to this resolution as well under item 3 as well as item 4 in this draft?
That's correct. The changes
Correct.
would apply to this resolution. Yes.
Okay, I didn't know if that needed to be said in the minutes. Thank you. So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any questions? Go ahead, Councilmember Okrepke.
Yeah. How are the members of the public selected for the PFA? Is that interviewed and selected by council, appointed by the mayor, or supervisor combination?
That's correct. So we would have to follow the Council Policy 006 on that, which requires us to post it 2 weeks in advance. In the meantime, we need to, it's a new board with the county, so we'll be working with the city manager's office to understand what the process will be for both council and the county Administrator's Office and County Board of Supervisors to understand how that will work and what that coordination will look like. But the answer is yes, we have to follow that process. It would be a selection by both boards.
And if I might offer, we actually do have one of those positions that we're fairly familiar with. It's the library board appointment that is joint between the city and the county. And so I imagine that it would be the same process for these members as well.
Oops, I think Chris Lynch has something to weigh in on this as well.
If there's no further questions.
Oops, you're on mute, Chris.
Oh, sorry about that.
Hi, Chris Lynch from Jones Hall. Section 3 of the resolution you're considering now provides that 1 public member will be appointed by the City Council and 1 public member will be appointed by the Board of Supervisors. If you increase the number of public members to 3, then you need to provide for how many are appointed by each of the City Council and the Board of Supervisors, because the law does require they're appointed by those 2 legislative bodies.
So my proposal to council would be similar to the library board, where we each have one that we do separate from one another, but then there's a third that is joint and has to be agreed upon between the 2 bodies.
That's consistent with the law if that's what you want to do.
Are we ready for the vote? Madam City Clerk, will you please facilitate the vote?
Councilmember Stapp?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor McDonald?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
The motion passes with 7 ayes.
Thank you. We are now moving on to item 14.2. Madam City Manager.
Item 14.2, approval of the preliminary fiscal year 2023-2024 regional water reuse system operating and maintenance, capital improvement, and debt service budget and allocation of cost.
We're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute recess while we work on our IT. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and call this meeting back to order. Madam City Clerk, could you please establish quorum again by calling roll?
Councilmember Stapp?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Here.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Here.
Councilmember Fleming?
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Present.
Vice Mayor McDonald?
Here.
Mayor Rogers?
Present.
Let the record reflect all council members are present.
Thank you. Now that we've got our IT in order, we'll go ahead and move on to item 14.2.
Good evening, Mayor Rogers, council members. My name is Nick Harvey. I'm a budget and financial analysis manager with Santa Rosa Water, and we're here to review the fiscal year 2023-24 regional water reuse system, O&M, and CIP budgets, and hopefully secure your approval. Before I start, the reason we're here for your approval, rather than waiting until the June 20th formal adoption date, is to facilitate the budget processes at our partner agencies, give them time to take their allocations through their city's processes. So tonight we'll be going over the proposed budget, the resulting user agency contribution allocations, reviewing our CIP budget, and finish up with the remaining budget schedule and the recommendation. So here we have the annual flows in million gallons at the treatment plant. This is an important aspect of our budget, as these are the measurements that we use to allocate our operating costs to each of our partner agencies. For the purposes of this allocation, we take, for the purposes of this budget, we take the last full years of flow measurements. In this case, it's the flows for the year ended June 30th, 2022, expressed as percentages, and use that to allocate our costs. The 21-22 flows had no material change from 2020-2021 flows. The only real difference was Santa Rosa absorbed 1% more of the flows, and all of the agencies remained in their same relative position that we typically see. In terms of expenditure increases, we are increasing our cash-funded CIP pursuant to an agreement we currently have with the partner agencies, whereby we're agreeing to increase cash-funded CIP by $1 million per year to keep up with infrastructure needs at the plant. We also have salary increases of 2.5% coming July 2023 per the currently adopted MOUs. I'll touch on costs of chemicals and electricity in a little more detail further on in the presentation. I'm not going to speak to city overhead and vehicle costs this evening because those are central service costs allocated out by the finance department and therefore uncontrollable to us. And so we're absorbing increases in those line items commensurate with other departments citywide. We're also adding one new wastewater operations supervisor at the treatment plant. Looking at the line-by-line operating budget, our largest increase is in utilities. We're expecting fairly sizable PG&E rate increases on the electricity rates, but we don't know what those are. So as such, all departments have elevated their electricity budgets by 15% rather, over 22-23 figures. And the reason this is grossed up to 36.6% in this case is because in addition to absorbing rate increases, we're also expecting an increase in the quantity of electricity consumed at the plant. The operational supplies, that's 16.6% increase. And the reason for that is where we hold our chemical budgets. And since the start of the COVID emergency, we've seen increasing disruption in supply chain and supply and demand and just overall costs of chemicals. And miscellaneous line item is 24.1% increase. And that is because our department recently adopted a policy whereby we subsidize all training and certification for positions that have certifications as requirements of their positions. So here's an overall look at the regional fund, the regional budget as a whole. $72.1 million, and you'll notice that miscellaneous revenue number at the top shows a negative $5.3 million. The reason for that is the way we calculate our overall regional budget is we calculate the total expenditures, including CIP operating expenses and debt service, and then we budget for our revenues. And the difference between those figures is what ends up being our net allocation to the partner agencies. Here's a look at our reserve balances. I wanted to pay particular attention to the partner agency refund reserve. This is a number that represents the cumulative excess of revenues over expenditures as a result of our operations. In every other fund across the city, this amount sits on the balance sheet as an undesignated fund balance. This differs from that amount because rather than the city wholly owning this amount, these are amounts that would otherwise be refundable to our partner agencies in the proportions in which they were paid in. And the reason this is useful to our partner agencies is it can be used for rate smoothing. So for example, if we were to calculate a gross budget increase to a particular agency of 4%, that agency might choose to liquidate some portion of that reserve and only have to take a 2% increase to be absorbed by their ratepayers. So it's a very useful tool. Here are miscellaneous revenues. I'll first speak to the 2 zero figures. Calpine, for several years, we were collecting $300,000 a year from Calpine pursuant to a letter of credit and an agreement related to that. That agreement finally expired, and so we're not expecting to receive those amounts in the future. And we also have dairy waste loan payments that have been winding down for several years, but they're finally extinguished, and so we see a zero there. And although we're losing out on a couple revenue streams, our high-strength waste operation has been very successful. We're continuing to see increased demand, and we're also applying a small escalator percentage to the rate. And so we're seeing, we're budgeting for a $200,000 increase on that line item. So here's an example of the calculation that was expressed in the pie chart that I explained a little earlier. So at the top, we take our operating expenditure request of $43.8 million, our cash funded CIP request of $10 million, and we currently have an operating reserve policy whereby we have to hold 15% of operating costs as a reserve. And so that $510,000 is the amount that we'll need to increase that reserve by to meet that 15% requirement for next year. Going down to the bottom under agency contribution calculation, you can see the total of 15.3 expenditures plus change in operating reserve. We subtract out that $5.3 million expected net miscellaneous revenue rather to a net agency contribution of $49 million for our cash basis expenditures. And I say cash basis because this calculation does not take into account our debt service budget. Moving on to our regional partner allocations for 23-24. You can see that we allocate 3 different items. We have the O&M costs, CIP contributions, and debt service. These amounts are allocated based on 3 different methodologies. So O&M costs, as I mentioned earlier, are allocated based on the pro rata flows into the treatment plant. CIP contributions are allocated per the terms set forth in the master subregional agreement. And debt service allocations are based upon those construction projects at the plant or in the regional system as a whole that were constructed using bond principle and the reasons for those projects. So to give you a real world example of what I'm getting at here, if Santa Rosa Water were to go out for bond funding to pay for projects to significantly increase the treatment capacity at the plant, then it would follow that those partner agencies that aren't pursuing growth would participate in the repayment of those liabilities at a much lesser extent because the primary driver of the need for excess treatment capacity is population growth. And so taking those 3 figures up, we get, adding those up rather, we get to the total contribution for each agency. And so we're looking to collect a grand total, including Santa Rosa, of $72.1 million, a net difference of $2.6 million over 22-23 allocations. So for regional CIP funding, we're investing the bulk of our funding in restoring, bolstering, hardening our primary plant treatment infrastructure. We're also investing some money in the geysers infrastructure, and there will be a little bit more on that later in the presentation, and the remainder going to master planning and study efforts. So I'm going to get into some CIP project highlights. The first one here is the LTP filter valve replacement phase 2 project. Just as a housekeeping item on the project image, that where it says filter cells 1 through 13, that should really be filters 1 through 8 and 9 through 14 on the left-hand side there. And so this is going to be a $1.43 million project with design and construction in the same year, being next year, and it's replacing all the valves in cells 9 through 14. These cells were originally installed in 1996. And for context, phase 1 of this project replaced all the valves in cells 1 through 8. Those cells were originally installed in 1989 and were replaced in 2016. The next project is our LTP aeration basin improvements project. So this is going to install new aeration basin low pressure pipes, fittings, and valves, refurbish the channels at a total estimated project cost of $2.3 million. You'll note there designs year 1 and 2. That seems a little longer than our typical design time frame. And the reason for that is before construction work can begin in kind on this project, we have to put in bypass pumping infrastructure to ensure continued operations of the plant during the period of construction. So that's why we see a longer design period there. So the final project highlight here is we wanted to highlight the investments we're making back into the geysers infrastructure. This work in particular is going to address the geysers pump station electrical upgrades. This aspect of the project initially is only going to cover condition assessment and design with a total estimated cost of $4.8 million. And that initial work taking place in year 1. Just for your information, there are 2 additional phases planned for this project in the future, those being the replacement and repair of components that were identified by way of that condition assessment and design. And third aspect being the development of a standardized methodology for ongoing assessment and maintenance needs on those pumps. And finally, our remaining budget schedule. City Council, you'll all be looking at this information at the study sessions, and we all know that's actually May 9th and 10th. So sorry for the typo there, with final adoption on June 20th. And with that, it is recommended by the Board of Public Utilities, the Sub-Regional Technical Advisory Committee, and Santa Rosa Water that the Council, by resolution, approve the preliminary fiscal year 2023-24 Regional Water Reuse System Operating and Maintenance, Capital Improvement, and Debt Service Budget and allocation of costs for the purposes of notifying the Regional Water Reuse Agencies of their allocation of such costs by May 2023. And with that, I'm available to address any questions or comments.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there any questions from council? Councilmember Stapp.
Just one quick one. So it's a pretty big bump this year, not unexpected. Are we expecting similar size increases in the years to come? Or do we have any sense of what the future jumps will be?
A lot of it really comes down to energy needs, where PG&E rates land, where our chemical costs ultimately land if we ride out these market fluctuations. And a lot of it's also contingent on our debt service repayment. That's a little harder to plan for because unlike a 30-year mortgage that we all go for, you have steady, you have the same amount every year for 30 years. When it comes to debt issuances, the repayment schedules are much more complex for the purposes of managing cash flows. And so it's really kind of hard to project that. And so a big driver of that is going to be future debt issuances that we may go for. And we may need to issue debt for projects that are unforeseen at this time. So that piece of the budget is kind of a wild card in a sense. But in terms of operating and CIP, we know the CIP is going to increase by $1 million year over year. And O&M costs, we do everything we can each year to minimize increases there and make strategic investments.
That's a very helpful answer. Thank you.
Any more questions? Madam City Clerk, will you please facilitate public comment?
We are now taking public comment on item 14.2. If you are in the chamber and would like to comment but have not provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand or dial *9. You will have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. I'm seeing no one in chambers, no hands raised on Zoom, and we have no pre-recorded messages.
There's nothing further. Councilmember Stapp, will you put the resolution on the floor, please?
I'd like to introduce the resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving the preliminary fiscal year 2023-2024 regional water reuse system operating and maintenance, capital improvement, and debt service budget and allocation of costs.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded by Councilmember Rogers. Will you please call the vote?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke.
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming.
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor McDonald.
Aye.
Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
The motion passes with 7 ayes.
Thank you so much for your attention. Sorry about that. We're now moving on to item 16, written communication. We had one written communication, item 16.1, in support of SB 23 Cabrillo, water supply and flood risk reduction projects. Madam City Clerk, will you please facilitate public comment?
We are now taking public comment on item 16.1. If you are in the chamber and would like to comment but have not provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand or dial *9. You will have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. Seeing no comments in chambers, we have no hands raised on Zoom and no pre-recorded messages.
Thank you, and we are at our last item, it's number 17 for public comment on non-agenda matters. Madam City Clerk, will you please facilitate public comment on non-agenda matters?
We are now taking public comment on item 17, non-agenda matters. This is the time when any person who has not previously addressed the council under public comment, item 13, may address the council on matters not listed on this agenda, but which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. If you are in the chamber and would like to make a comment but have not provided a speaker card, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand or dial *9. You will have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. I'm seeing no one in chambers. I'll turn it over to our Zoom host for our Zoom comment.
Thank you, Rhonda. We have one speaker with a hand raised. Eric, I have enabled your permissions to speak. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Yeah, thank you very much. I very much appreciate that. Hello again, City Council. One quick comment I wanted to make just about the last presentation. We really do look to these larger organizations in government, like your public utilities, for consumers to understand what's going on with electricity rate increases as well as gas rate increases. There's been a number of initiatives, as you guys are well aware, that have been thrust on the public to electrify, to go to electricity. And I don't think that there's a lot of people that are really prepared for the mandates that will restrict appliances, for instance, in the relatively near future. And so, you know, understanding where those rates are going are very much important to the conversation. The rest of my comments, I want to just review what's coming up on Thursday with the Planning Commission and the short-term rental ordinance amendments that are proposed. So I'm going through the document pack, and first of all, I see a lot of misleading things. The document package itself is missing attachments. Some of the attachments don't appear to be complete. As I get into the staff presentation on this, I see a lot of misinformation being published including misinformation about when the process started for the urgency ordinance, the misinformation about the number of permits that were issued and the number of permits that are active. For instance, in the non-hosted category, which is the focus of a lot of discussion, a lot of non-hosted permits were issued to addresses that are not lodging short-term guests or are hosted operations, but were in good standing, want to preserve their rights with a non-hosted permit. Where some of the most egregious problems occur, though, is in the reporting from code enforcement as to complaints about STRs. It indicates serious problems in how code enforcement handles complaints, how unfounded or non-founded or vexatious complaints are solicited by the city purposely against non-hosted STRs, and how that then is amplified in the dialogue, in the narrative about how non-hosted STRs might be detrimental to a community. This is all very outrageous behavior, and really, quite frankly, seems like we're in some other type of country, like some sort of Soviet, Russia, or some sort of banana republic. So I would hope that there would be cleaning up over this data. Certainly we'll address it, but I'm sure you've fomented so much distrust in the public that we'll see how far that goes. But thank you very much for my
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. There are no other hands raised in Zoom, and we have no pre-recorded comments.
Thank you, Lauren. We'll now move to item 19 to adjourn. Thank you.